كافة المجالات. ويسعدنا الآن توقيع عدد من الاتفاقيات الهامة. أولاً، اتفاقية تعاون بين الأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري وهيئة ميناء البحر التيراني الشمالي الإيطالية وجامعة بيزا الإيطالية وقطاع النقل البحري. يقوم بالتوقيع من جانب الأكاديمية سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور إسماعيل عبد الغفار إسماعيل فرج رئيس الأكاديمية. ويقوم بالتوقيع من الجانب الإيطالي His Excellency Professor Nicola Castellano for the President for the Center for Logistics Systems for University of Pisa، والأستاذ الدكتور نيكولا كاستيانو.
of the University of Pisa.
تهدف الاتفاقية إلى تفعيل التعاون المشترك بين جامعة
The
بيزا بإيطاليا
agreement is
والأكاديمية العربية في مجالات التعليم والتدريب
the
والاستشارات
agreement
والبحث
serves
العلمي،
the purpose of
وكذلك أنشطة التبادل الطلابي وتبادل أعضاء هيئة التدريس وتشكيل فرق عمل بحثية في مجال ذات الاهتمام المشترك ومواكبة التطور التكنولوجي المتسارع في مجالات النقل البحري وإدارة وتشغيل الموانئ والحد من التلوث واستخدام الطاقة البديلة والمتجددة. يقوم بالتوقيع من جانب الأكاديمية سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور إسماعيل عبد الغفار إسماعيل فرج رئيس الأكاديمية. اتفاقية تعاون بين الأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري وجامعة العلمين الأهلية. ويقوم بالتوقيع من جانب الأكاديمية سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور إسماعيل عبد الغفار إسماعيل فرج رئيس الأكاديمية. ويقوم بالتوقيع من جانب العلمين الأهلية سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور رشدي زهران رئيس مجلس أمناء جامعة العلمين الدولية. تهدف مذكرة التفاهم لتيسير التعاون وتنسيق الجهود بين الطرفين في مجالات التدريب والاستشارات وتبادل أعضاء هيئة التدريس والبحث العلمي والإشراف المشترك على الرسائل العلمية. الاتفاقية الثالثة اتفاقية تعاون بين معهد تدريب الموانئ ومصلحة الموانئ والنقل البحري بدولة ليبيا. ويقوم بالتوقيع من جانب الأكاديمية سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور إسماعيل عبد الغفار إسماعيل فرج رئيس الأكاديمية. ويقوم بالتوقيع من الجانب الليبي سعادة المهندس محمد سالم السيوي رئيس مصلحة الموانئ والنقل البحري. تعد مصلحة الموانئ والنقل البحري هي الجهة الموكل لها تطبيق التشريعات البحرية المحلية والاتفاقيات والمعاهدات الدولية الصادرة عن المنظمة البحرية الدولية وتطبيق رقابة دولة العلم وتطبيق رقابة دولة الميناء وكذلك مراقبة التلوث وحماية البيئة البحرية بدولة ليبيا. وتهدف هذه الاتفاقية إلى إيجاد الإطار الملائم الذي يتم من خلاله تيسير التعاون بين مصلحة الموانئ والأكاديمية في مجالات التدريب وإفادة الخبراء والبحوث المشتركة والاستشارات.
رابعاً، مذكرة تفاهم بين معهد تدريب الموانئ وأنظمة المجتمع المينائي بجيبوتي. يقوم بالتوقيع من جانب الأكاديمية سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور إسماعيل عبد الغفار إسماعيل فرج رئيس الأكاديمية. والتوقيع من جانب جيبوتي سعادة الأستاذ ورسامة محمد الرئيس التنفيذي لأنظمة المجتمع المينائي بجيبوتي. تهدف المذكرة إلى تعزيز تبادل المعرفة والخبرات بين الجانبين عن طريق تنفيذ البرامج التدريبية المشتركة وتبادل المحاضرين، مما يسمح بمشاركة أفضل الممارسات ويمهد الطريق لمستقبل أكثر ابتكاراً لمجتمعات الموانئ. السيدات والسادة الحضور، يعقد على هامش المؤتمر المعرض الدولي لمعدات الموانئ، ويشارك فيه عدد من قلاع الصناعة البحرية من الشركات والمؤسسات المتخصصة والموانئ على المستوى المحلي والإقليمي والدولي، حيث بلغ عدد المشاركين في المعرض هذا العام أكثر من 25 شركة وهيئة وجامعة. ويسعدنا ويشرفنا بأن يقوم معالي الفريق كامل الوزير وزير النقل بجمهورية مصر العربية والمنصة الكريمة بقص شريط افتتاح المعرض. وندعو الآن المنصة الكريمة لالتقاط صورة تذكارية.
السادة الحضور تفضلوا بالجلوس. Ladies and gentlemen, please
Dear
take your
attendees,
seats.
ladies and gentlemen, please
We shall
take a
begin
seat.
shortly. السادة الحضور تفضلوا بالجلوس. سنبدأ فورا. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We shall begin shortly. والآن تجديد اتفاقية التعاون في مجال التدريب من أجل التشغيل بين معهد تدريب الموانئ بالأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري وشركة قناة السويس للحاويات SCCT. شركة قناة السويس للحاويات SCCT هي محطة تداول حاويات تقع شرق بورسعيد وتعمل كمركز شحن للشرق المتوسط عند المدخل الشمالي لقناة السويس منذ أكتوبر 2004. وقد احتلت المركز العاشر بين 350 ميناء حول العالم وفقا لمؤشر البنك الدولي عام 2022، حيث حققت الرقم قياسي قدره 3.98 TS في عام 2023. إن معهد تدريب الموانئ بالأكاديمية العربية للعلوم والتكنولوجيا والنقل البحري يعمل على مدار 40 عام في تدريب وتأهيل الكوادر البحرية في مصر والمنطقة العربية. ويشهد على توقيع هذه الاتفاقية الأستاذ الدكتور إسماعيل عبد الغفار إسماعيل فرج رئيس الأكاديمية. ويقع على الاتفاقية الأستاذ الدكتور علاء محمود مرسي عميد معهد تدريب الموانئ، والمهندس محمود أيوب رئيس قطاع العمليات بشركة قناة السويس للحاويات. اللي بعده اللي بعده يلا بينا.
يتشرف سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور إسماعيل عبد الغفار إسماعيل فرج رئيس الأكاديمية بتكريم السادة رعاة المؤتمر. تكريم باسم المنطقة الحرة بمصراتة الراعي الماسي للمؤتمر، ويتسلمها المهندس أيمن الدرويش مدير عام المنطقة الحرة بمصراتة ليبيا. شركة المجموعة المصرية للمحطات متعددة الأغراض الراعي البلاتيني للمؤتمر، ويتسلمها اللواء بحري أركان حرب عبد القادر درويش رئيس مجلس الإدارة والعضو المنتدب. تكريم باسم شركة بورتينت للأمن الإلكتروني الراعي الذهبي للمؤتمر، ويتسلمها السيد أمير الدمرداش مدير المبيعات الإقليمي. هيئة الموانئ البحر التيراني بإيطاليا الراعي الفضي للمؤتمر، ويتسلمها الدكتور فرانشيسكو ألبرتا دي باري مدير التطوير.
والآن تكريم السادة شركاء المؤتمر. تكريم باسم المنظمة الدولية للبنية التحتية للنقل المائي بيانك الشريك العلمي للمؤتمر، ويتسلمها His Excellency Engineer Francesco Esteban Leffler, President of the World Association for Waterborne Transport Infrastructure, Brussels, Belgium. تكريم باسم الجماعة الدولية للنقل واللوجستيات بمدينة وورشو، بولند، الشريك الأكاديمي للمؤتمر، ويتسلمها الأستاذ الدكتور ستانسلو ستوشار. تكريم باسم منظمة الاتحاد من أجل المتوسط Union for the Mediterranean، وتسلمها السيد ناصر كامل السكرتير العام للاتحاد. تكريم باسم الاتحاد الدولي للمواني International Association of Ports and Harbors، ويتسلمها His Excellency Dr. Antonios Michail, Technical Coordinator at the International Association of Ports and Harbor and World Port Sustainability Program. Okay. His Excellency Mr. Pino Mozzolini, President of Medport Association, President and CEO of North Central Tyrrhenian Seaport Authority Ports of Rome, Italy. His Excellency Professor Burkhard Lemper, President of Global Shipping Think Tank Alliance, Managing Director at the Institute of Shipping Economics and Logistics, Professor at the Berman University of Applied Sciences, Germany. His Excellency Mr. Stefan Casimon, Director of Antwerp Flanders Port Training Center, Antwerp, Belgium. His Excellency Mr. Victor Coleathos, Research and Development Manager, Valencia Port Foundation, Spain. دول عربية. مفيش دول عربية؟ لا مفيش. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us today. I won't say it's a big honor to join you. And we now begin the very first session of this conference, titled Collaborative Strategies for a Sustainable Resilient Port. The head of this session is Professor Yosfi El-Gamal. Please permit me to say a few words about him. He's the chairman of IT Committee, National Council of Education, Culture and Science. He's the former Minister of Education, and he's head Marlog Conference Technical Committee at the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport. Go ahead.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and privilege to be given the opportunity to chair this first session, the conference. And the cornerstone of achieving blue economy is to have sustainable and resilient ports. And this is the subject matter of this first conference, where we have three eminent speakers that will give this presentation, their presentations. Each presentation will last for 15 minutes. And then we allow for the last 15 minutes for comments and discussion. Our first speaker is actually a career diplomat for the Egyptian government, Mr. Nasser Kamel. So Nasser Kamel held the position of the ambassador of Egypt at the United Kingdom 2014 to 2018. He has also been the ambassador to France from 2006 to 2012. And between 2012 and 2014, he was assistant minister for Arab and Middle Eastern affairs. And from 2004 to 2006, he was the director of Egypt's Public Information Service. Mr. Kamel studied political science at Brussels University and also in Cairo University. So we have an eminent diplomat that he will be talking about green and blue economy across the Euro and Mediterranean Egypt. Mr. Kamel, please.
I will be speaking in English. Dr. Gamal, thank you very much for your very kind introduction. Excellencies, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'll start by thanking the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport for the honor of inviting me to this 13th International Maritime Transport and Logistic Conference, Marlog 13, under the auspices, of course, of the League of Arab States and the Ministry of Transport of Egypt. But more specifically, thanking my dear friend, Professor Ismail Abdel Ghaffar Ismail, the president of the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport. Thank you very much. It's indeed my great pleasure to join you today within this prestigious platform in my capacity as Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. And I would love and would like to commend the organizers for dedicating this edition of the conference to discuss such a relevant and timely theme. As you probably know, the Union for the Mediterranean mission is to enhance regional cooperation and integration in the Euro-Mediterranean region between our 43 member states through, of course, regional dialogue and the implementation of concrete projects and initiatives with tangible impact and results on the ground. Our activities fall within the framework of 6 strategic priority areas, among which greener ports and maritime transport and sustainable blue economy are key aspects of our work. As you all know, the Mediterranean, and it's been said before, is a vital resource for almost 500 million people living in the region, where tourism, fishing, transport, of course, and wide range of economic activities depends on our Mediterranean Sea. It generates more or less 450 billion US dollars per year, which compared to the GDP of the countries of the Mediterranean, it represents the 5th largest economy in the entire region. This value represents 20% of the global gross marine product in an area covering only less than 1% of the global ocean. And that provides you an idea of how intense economic activity is around this sea. However, our Mediterranean Sea and its ecosystem are under threat from the habitat loss, and it is warming 20% faster than the global average. That's why sustainable blue economy is at the heart of the world's climate, and it's indisputably a sector of the utmost importance, not only for the rational and sustainable use of ocean resources, but very much also for the economic growth of the Mediterranean region, ensuring better livelihoods and job creation in such a sustainable way. I'm particularly proud that the Union for the Mediterranean has been a pioneer in adopting far-reaching and proactive ministerial declaration on this subject matter. Since 2015, during our first ministerial dedicated to the subject matter, we have identified the blue economy as an enabler for national and regional economies. And I consider this a first decisive step in shaping the blue economy as a new area of cooperation in the Euro-Mediterranean region. In 2021, our ministers in charge of blue economy has expanded their vision and identified multiple sub-areas combining political commitment with operational initiative and projects. They also called upon international financial institutions to prioritize investment in the sustainable blue economy to meet the evolving needs and challenges of the different blue economy sectors, including, among others, sustainable maritime transport and energy efficiency in ports, as well as adaptation to climate change, which are of utmost importance for this conference. But while political commitments are essential, they only take their full value if they are translated into concrete action. And that's why we at the UFM has been working diligently with other partners, such as the European Investment Bank, to promote finance for these very important sectors. A few months ago, we brought all the stakeholders, multinational bank, multilateral bank, national banks, private investors, to exchange information on funding, discuss criteria and viability of projects, and initiatives, but also to making exercise to identify bankable projects that could advance our efforts in this very important endeavor. Another milestone, I believe, is what the UFM and the EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, launched together a far-reaching and very unique initiative when we launched the Blue Mediterranean Partnership. And I'm proud today to announce that this new multi-donor and multi-IFI, International Financial Institution Partnership, has been set up to leverage sustainable blue economy investments in the region. This partnership aims to mobilize 1 billion euro in investments and over 100 million euro in grants. The Blue Mediterranean Partnership was established to develop and intensify sustainable blue economy cooperation in the Mediterranean region as a response to the economic crises and climate emergency. It gathered many partners to make it happen. Among them, of course, the Union for the Mediterranean and also EBRD, but also Agence Française de Développement, AFD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the European Investment Bank, the German Development Bank, KfW, as well as other potential future partners. Just last week, UNDP have decided to be a major contributor to this unique initiative. Why it's unique? Because it will allow for coordination in terms of intervention and leveraging financial resources to help the beneficiary countries and donors to enable sustainable blue economy investments in the southern and eastern Mediterranean region. Implementing financial institution will manage the grants, of course, obtained by the fund, and will provide the financing when the projects get to maturity and become bankable. The beneficiary countries, the first 3 beneficiary countries for this great initiative are Egypt, Morocco, and Jordan. But the initiative is open to Algeria, Lebanon, Libya, and Tunisia in the future. Those projects will have to be, of course, in the Mediterranean Sea, but it also could be extended in the case of Jordan to the Red Sea, and in the case of Morocco to the Atlantic Ocean. The partnership will provide support needed to bring well-structured and bankable projects to fruition, both in the public and private sectors. And as you can see, the philosophy of this partnership is to maximize cooperation in order to maximize impact. The partnership will have a broad mandate supporting sustainable blue economy, focused investments in the public and private sector in several priority areas. One is plastic waste reduction, sustainable marine food systems, coastal resilience investment, sustainable coastal tourism, and most importantly for the conference today, sustainable marine mobility. That is sustainable shipping, of course, sustainable ports, energy transition, as already mentioned. Also, it will focus on marine renewable energy with a specific focus on wind and other, of course, priorities that I will not name now. To conclude, let me stress that maritime transport, both shipping and ports, will be key sectors for the projects that we target by this Blue Med partnership. Because environmental impacts by maritime transport operation include, of course, as you all know, greenhouse gas emission, air pollution. We all know that sulfur dioxide in particular is a cause of concern, but also underwater noise pollution affecting marine lives and the dissemination of non-indigenous species, not to talk about oil pollution coming from oil spills, habitat loss from vessel routes and dredging, and of course, collisions with marine life. At the same time, maritime transport is and will remain the most efficient means of moving goods in terms of its emission. Its CO2 per ton per kilometer of cargo is the lowest in terms of emission on our planet as we speak. But we need to make it greener, bluer by this type of investment and others. So green and resilient ports are extremely vital for developing nations as a gateway for development and also as a hub for trade, fishing, and tourism. As such, they are of central importance to the sustainable blue economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the many challenges to ports in the Mediterranean region in terms of decarbonization, alternative fuels, climate change resilience, urban growth, inland transportation, digitalization, security, dredging, waste management, and others demands that we go beyond simply increasing the actual capacity. We need a combination of regulation, we need to invest in renewable energy, and we need to give and make shipping more environmentally sustainable. And I am sure that your exchanges and reflection today and the key takeaways from this prestigious conference will be extremely valuable and will enrich and guide us in the roadmap towards making this opportunity a reality. Your exercise today shows our common will to work together with a unique goal and with the clear vision that only by bringing all forces together we can succeed in solving the blue economy challenges and the climate emergency in the Mediterranean. We must acknowledge that the situation in our region has gotten worse in recent times because of geopolitical complication, but I firmly believe that our common challenges can become, inshallah, an opportunity to build a new era of prosperity and peace. Thank you very much. Shukran jazeelan.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Nasser Kamel, the Secretary General of the Union of the Mediterranean, for shedding so much light on the role of the Union. Now, we will address the issue of the infrastructure for the future for ports and waterways. This subject will be addressed by Engineer Francesco Esteban Lefter. He has been the directorate of the infrastructure of the Ministry of Defense
أيوه.
in Belgium and retired in 1993. He also served in several positions in the technical service, technical director since 1915, with the responsibilities of technical support of works and tenders for FCC construction worldwide. And currently he is consultant in management and technology of maritime and land infrastructure, and he participates regularly in courses, congresses, seminars, workshops, and roundtable as lecture speaker, session chairman of organizing and technical committees. Engineer Francesco, the floor is yours.
أيوه. أيوه.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am very honored by the kind invitation of the Arab Academy to address this presentation. Next one, please. How can I? For those less familiar with PIANC, with the World Association for Waterborne Transport Infrastructure, PIANC is really a network of professionals that extends worldwide. We provide expert advice on cost-effective and sustainable waterborne infrastructure. And we are leading partners for governments and for the private sector in design, development, and maintenance of ports, waterways, and coastal areas. And PIANC started activities in 1885, being the oldest technical association in our field. Our membership is extended throughout all the world. The 5 continents, we have national sections, members or qualified members. What happened with the relation of the port and the blue economy? One is clear. The ports are the real frontier between the land where we live and the sea, that's the blue economy basis. Then all the blue economy is directly related with the ports. However, I try to highlight here the direct port topics that are connected to this blue economy, such as those related with cargo, passengers, also with fishing and harvesting maritime resources, and today also ocean energy, as the ports are the basis for the development of all energy systems. So the ports are a necessity for blue economy. And what's infrastructure? Those who don't work in infrastructure think that infrastructure is a terrible issue that costs time and money. And those who work in infrastructure sometimes think in infrastructure like an end on a finality by itself. Well, infrastructure is nothing of both. It's neither an evil nor an end in itself. It's something more complicated, really. Infrastructure is the physical support of all port activities. So it's the land where all activity is based and the line of birth where cargo transfer is done. In that sense, the infrastructure sets the limit of port capacity. So it is directly related to operation. Infrastructure limitations are the limitations of the capacity of the port and other maritime facilities. One feature of infrastructure that demands to address it very carefully is the time for implementation. Today, a huge port expansion can take even decades, 10, 20, and even 30 years to be developed since the beginning of the planning process. Because of that, today we're starting planning for ports that will serve ships that do not exist, because a ship order takes some 6 years, 7 years to be navigating. We also are developing processes for operation procedures that do not exist. And then during this process, the mechanism must allow for adaptation. Also, adaptation is a necessity for environmental risks. We are getting every day more accurate information about environment, more accurate information about the variables of climate change and all variables that affect the maritime infrastructure. So we must avoid the risk of freezing technical solutions very early in such a way that when years pass and the infrastructure is being constructed, either this is not the best approach for environmental issues, or we have better available technologies in the development. And all this should be integrated in a planning that must be flexible. A good help in this direction are the new contracting procedures as the early contractor involvement that allow addressing in a different way the risks and in a different way the having access to patented technologies and to recently developed tools. A key issue that sometimes is forgotten is the land connectivity of the port. An excellent port with bad land connectivity is something that doesn't work at all. So the essential part of the work is the connectivity, such as the bottlenecks in the infrastructure, in the accesses, in the port themselves, as the bottlenecks of logistics, are the same bottlenecks of operation. And dredging, of course, that's a particular topic where there are many ongoing works and publications. PM particularly works a lot on dredging with our sister associations, SIDA, WEDA, etc. We are addressing also new design paradigms. In the past, we defined design conditions with a severe storm, with loads, etc. But nature is showing us that worse conditions than envisaged can happen. Also, society has a very low tolerance for failure. So we are not asked now if your infrastructure can withstand the loads for which you designed them, but how will behave in worse conditions when the loads are exceeded and in which time we will recover services. And then infrastructure is not a yes-no design procedure. It's something we must act with resiliency, with a post-crisis behavior of the infrastructure. And that needs to be taken into consideration from the very beginning. And the resilient infrastructure and resilient operation are just the same. There's no resilient operation without resilient infrastructure, and no resilient infrastructure if operation is not considered, and even the governance necessary measures in times of crisis and disruptions. Connectivity is another issue. The ports are connected by sea with their maritime connections. There are a lot of studies. UNCTAD every year provides information about marine connectivity, and also connected to the land transportation systems, railways, roads, inland navigation, airports, and also our neighbor of the difficult relations, that's the city. The city is always a complex environment for the port. But connectivity is in a double way. It's all the physical connectivity is provided by the infrastructure, but there's another layer, that's the digital connectivity. They both need to be understood as two layers of the same phenomenon. Connectivity is a strength because without connectivity, we have no ports. Ports must be connected with the hinterland and connected with the other ports. And same happens with the digital and communications. Communications are necessary for logistics, and there are also strength and the vulnerability that needs to be addressed by clearly cybersecurity, compatibility, and a very robust system. The physical connectivity must be addressed with resilience, must be addressed watching to all elements, also to the land connections, because an infinitely resilient port is nothing without a resilient network in land. We are starting to work now with some associations from railways and roads in this integrated resilience at present. Obviously, a green infrastructure is a necessity for a green port. Infrastructure demands sustainable obtention and operation. Sustainable obtention in reducing the consumption of natural resources, respecting the environment, and also applying principles of circular economy that will demand most sophisticated engineering tools for improving quality, bad quality backfills and so on, and provide sustainability to the operation in the full cycle. The infrastructure, as the operations, must be adapted and be adaptable to climate change. with the challenge of the real uncertainty in which we are. Accurate predictions are available for 5 or 10 years, but when we go to 30, 50 years, 100 years, the uncertainty is a large issue. We have been working also on how to address this uncertainty and how to provide adaptable infrastructure to the disruptions of climate change. Also, ports need an infrastructure that allows them to lead the energy transition and the establishment of green corridors, with providing storage and bunkering with new fuels, with onshore power supply, and must be suitable for synchro mobility. In the past, we talked about intermodality. Now, the time of switching cargo from the sea to land, the synchro mobility is a must, because losing time means more emissions, more problems of traffic, and more contamination. Finally, much more cost. And the suppression of bottlenecks, that's essential. The port environment is always vulnerable because the littoral areas are naturally very, very vulnerable. There's a complex interaction with the urban environment that we'll comment later, and also the relevance of the stakeholders. Ports cannot develop without the support of the local communities. And there's a procedure to get that making the communities to feel the port is theirs. It is something that's very difficult because the link from the container to the population is sometimes difficult to explain. But we must be clear communicating. And later I will give a few ideas about the PM working with nature principle. The port city is a difficult relation, but there are many opportunities, mainly in the port city field, to close that communication and to provide the citizens the port experience by shifting from one place to other. The opportunities are on the waterfronts that are not more available for commercial traffic. Then they can be transformed into a lot of citizen activities that put the port nearer the citizens and show the citizens that the port is finally theirs. Also, in this direction, we need a seamless connection. The smart port is not a smart port without a smart city, and we have to provide that link for the experience of the stakeholders, obviously not to the logistic part, but having a smart experience in the transition. Our working with nature philosophy in PIANG is an integrated philosophy addressed to achieve the objectives of a project in the navigation and port field in the context of the ecosystem and overcoming the traditional process. In the past, we did the environmental assessment and design mitigation measures. That's obviously doesn't work today. The methodology of this design impact correction is not anymore suitable. Our stages in the PIANG working with nature procedure is first to set the objectives of the project, only the objectives, and at the same time understand the environment, understand the ecosystems, and understand the natural features. Involving the stakeholders from the very beginning, setting transparency in communication. And with these set with the stakeholders, with the environment, and with the necessities of the project, at the end achieve win-win design proposals. Within this philosophy, PIANG awards working with nature certificates to those developments that are presented according to these principles. And every 4 years in our Congress, we award the Working with Nature Award to the best outstanding activity in this direction. Another issue that's essential is digitalization. Digitalization is sometimes undertaken by digitalizing activities or specific topics as queue of ships, some terminal operations, and so on. But for being really efficient, needs to be understood in a holistic manner to respond to strategic planning that can allow for the great benefit. Digitalization started with the procedures, first with paperless procedures, single window, automated processes. In parallel, it was on digitalization of the infrastructure, but not communicated with this, and the automation of terminals. Then we need the next step, that's applying the smart port tools. That are all the tools that we need for big data and Internet of Things. And the benefit is when it is integrated in such a way that processes fit each other. Chronologically, we will start with the infrastructure. Tools for managing contracts as the building information modeling can provide the digital model for the digital twin that will be used in the future for simulating disruptions, for simulating changes in operation, and for improvement. So this infrastructure digitalization and monitoring by sensors set in all the infrastructure must feed the digital processes of operation for terminal operations, maritime operations, and land connections. Land connections obviously need to be connected with the smart city transport and general transport digital system. And this box of port operation with a single window needs to be connected at the same time to the logistics system in such a way that information from operations goes to infrastructure, information from infrastructure goes to operation, and we have a consistent chain that provides really the smart port. Obviously, cybersecurity becomes very relevant because the system is not closed, it is connected both sides. In PIAN, we have at present 16 ongoing working groups directly related to the objectives of this conference. Most of our working groups are really addressed to this, but we have now 16 that are very, very related. An example of this I like very much is the guidance for ports in small island countries that are very vulnerable to climate change and usually in countries that are developing with low economic resources for their port development. And here there are some examples of reports issued about topics similar. Environmental aspects of dredging, managing climate change, drivers and impacts, applying working with nature to projects, sustainable recreational navigation, paper on cybersecurity, sustainability, decarbonization, smart shipping in inland, environmental risk management, relationship between recreational navigation and commercial ports. That's quite related to the port city situation, renewables and energy efficiency, etc. So we are very aligned with the aims of this conference, and PIAN can provide the right cooperation environment for gathering knowledge and sharing knowledge amongst countries and amongst the best world experts. I would like to finalize by telling you that PIAN will have the 35th World Congress that will be in April and May, and we will be at Cape Town in South Africa. It's the first time the PIAN Congress comes back to Africa since 1926, when we had the Cairo Congress. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Engineer Francesco Loeffler, for addressing the main aspects of the future infrastructure, connectivity, green infrastructure, the environment, the port and city, and the digitalization. They are all important aspects that we are worth more concentration and a lot of work. Now, to answer the question of how ports can play an effective role in decarbonizing international trade without disturbing excessively on our everyday lives. To answer this question, we will have Mr. Pino Mussolino, the president of Mid-Ports Association and the president of Port Authority of the Central Northern Tyrrhenian Sea, ports of Civitavecchia, Fiumicino, and Gaeta. He's the president of Port Authority of the Central Northern Tyrrhenian Sea since December 2020. He is also the president of Medports, the association representing European, Northern African, and Middle Eastern Mediterranean ports. Previously, he served as president of the Port Authority of the Northern Adriatic Sea. and later a special commissioner in December 2020. He holds over a decade of experience in international shipping, having worked excessively in Antwerp, Singapore, both in private consultancy firms and in-house for shipping companies. Mr. Pino Mussolino, the floor is yours.
Okay. There we are. Well, first and foremost, let me thank the organizers for having me here today and for allowing me to give a speech on the opening session. There we are. Just full page. It's an honor and a privilege. And in my double role as a president of my port authority, which is the port authority that comprises the capital region of Italy and all the ports related to the capital, to Rome. And at the same time, as president of MedPorts, 29 port authorities or governing bodies encompassing more than 200 ports in all the Mediterranean basin. And recently, on my impulse and the impulse of our General Secretary, Jordi, who is here, we have also enlarged with a specific change in our statutes, the association to the ports of Mauritania, Jordan, and Portugal. Because yes, the Mediterranean, it's our great sea, Mare Nostrum, but has also spheres of influence. And in due time, if God assists, we will try to enlarge it also to the Black Sea, which without the Mediterranean would just be a lake. And before I start with my presentation, I always want to point out that although we are living in times of uncertainties, and uncertainties indeed, when the Mediterranean Sea is a stable area of the world based upon trade and mutual understanding, the whole world has been more stable for the last 2,000 years. So without being excessively rhetoric or claiming an importance that we may not have, a lot lies on our shoulders, because Mediterranean has been important, is important, and it will be important until geological changes in 1 million of years will change the shape of the sea. So I was called upon making a presentation about decarbonization. In my job, I attend a gazillion of meetings every year about decarbonization. What are we doing? Are we doomed? Are we doing fine? We got a lot of good ideas. And to be honest, I'm a port guy, so apologies for my straightforwardness. I'm a bit sick of wasting time in listening and listening and listening and not acting. I'm an active guy, and I think that there's two ways of approaching a problem. Either you fix it or you don't fix it. Anything in between is just philosophical speculation. And although I have the utmost respect for philosophers, I'm not one of them. So, you see, I was recently coming across a book that is actually very similar in terms of titling, which is No Miracles Needed. Because what has happened, at least to my perspective, in the latest years, is that we're talking a lot about how much we have to act and how swiftly we should act. And we should decarbonize because it's priority. But then as the engineer, and I'm not an engineer, but I'm some sort of I became engineer by proximity. If you look at the numbers and the figures and you see, so after all these years of talking, let's measure the progress. The progress is all on papers. We have some amazing presentations and a lot of renders. Is that going in the direction of decarbonizing, but moreover, of creating a blue economy overall and a port and transportation and shipping and logistic economy, which is, yes, decarbonized, but it must be sustainable. And sustainability is not only about greenization. It's also about social sustainability and economical sustainability. And I quote the president of Piank who preceded me. We need, of course, to make green ports, but we also need to create jobs opportunity and investments. Because you know what is the best and easiest solution? We close down everything. We make a desert of unemployed people, and we go back to a wooden trolley. Is that sustainable? Well, we carve the emissions, yes, but we make a social butchery, which is unacceptable. So the leaders of today and the leaders of the future need to take that into account. Because the greenest port that is not creating jobs and is not dealing with its territory and it's not creating development is not sustainable at all. So let's start from the basics. You see that beautiful marble, blue marble picture is our planet. And it's called blue marble because it's one of the pictures that was made by some of the early spacemen that ventured into the space. And everybody, the first reaction was like, wow, we're living in a blue-green marble diamond. So 71% of the surface of the planet is covered by water. So the largest majority of the planet is not land. And 96.5% of this water is represented by oceans. Not fresh waters, not rivers, not lakes. And what is very little known is that the largest natural filter for CO2 in the planet is the oceans. But if oceans are heating up, they become more acidic. This process is called acidifications of oceans. And when they become acidic, they lose their capacity to hold oxygen and moreover to filter CO2. So we are getting into a vicious spiral that makes ocean warmer. The ocean warmer are more acidic, less absorption of CO2, less absorption of CO2, warmer oceans even more. And the spiral, remember this term, again, I borrowed it from the engineer. The spiral has more than exponential effects. What does it mean that in the layman words? Is that if you make one, that spillover effect goes to 3 or 4 or 5. It's not one-on-one. So whenever you make a wrong choice, that choice has more negative effects than the choice itself. So, of course, we came to the conclusion after 1972, the UNEP and everything, like 50 plus years ago. Then by 2015, Paris, the world and the United Nations decided that it was time for a working plan. So we came back with the SDGs, or the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals, 169 sub-goals, and another gazillion of sub-goals. And why did humanity decide to go for the 2030? Because, again, anything done before the 2030 will help us in getting by 2050 to the goals that are originally set up by the Paris Agreement, which is not going above 1.5 degrees Celsius of increase of world temperature compared to the baseline of pre-industrial levels. Actually, it was 2 originally, then we said maybe it's better on 1.5. Any year after 2030 will have, again, more than exponential effects. So if you go 2031, you haven't lost 1 year. You probably have lost 3 years. And if you go to 2032, it will be 5 years, and so on and so forth. Why is this so important? Because above that temperature, the world as we know it and the world upon which we have based our economies is gone. Gone for good. It's not debatable. It's proven by science. The IPCC is telling us year in, year out those data, and we're getting deaf or deafer by the minute. So of all the SDGs, There's a beautiful tracker. You can find it. Actually, there are several trackers. How many of these, since it's 2024 and 2030 is around the corner, how many of these did we get? None. How many did we get close to? None again. And how many years do we have ahead before 2030? 6, which is already a capital eroded by the beginning, 2015. Yes, it's true. We had COVID first, then we had Ukraine, then we had a Middle East problem at the moment, then we had the Suez Canal, the Bab el-Mandeb Canal, and at the same time, nobody talks about it, but the Panama Canal as well is not working. But of contingency and emergency, in contingency and emergency, we have not taken into account that the agenda of all the agenda is that we are living on one planet, right? So no matter how geopolitical situation will change, this is the problem of all the problems. And not just because it's morally correct to do so, but Munich Re, which is a large insurance and reinsurance company, has calculated that on yearly basis, we lose in terms of economical disruption more than 13 billion US dollars due to climate change or climate disaster. So even if you are a strong polluter and you believe in pollution, if you keep going like that, you lose money, right? So we should do something, but we should start. So a sustainable ocean economy, it's this. It goes in between strong economical benefits and strong environmental health. That line, that Euler-Venn image, the crossing point is where we want to stay. That's our golden, average. That's where we want to go. So blue economy, it's a huge economy. It encompasses shipping, coastline protection, fisheries, exploitation of the depth of the oceans, and also desalinization, which is another field that ports could have a role in the future. I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but it is clear that drinkable fresh water will be soon a very valuable, important commodity. And if we don't pay attention to that, we won't fight over oil anymore in 20 to 30 years. We will fight over water, but there's a little downside that a human being can stay 3, 4, even 6 weeks without eating and not dying. But if you don't drink water for more than 5 days, you die. And it doesn't change whether you're a billionaire, trillionaire, gazillionaire, you die anyway. So the whole blue economy, including fisheries and deep water exploitation, is considered to cause around 5% of the total GHG emissions per annum, which is not that much. 5% means that 95% of the GHG emissions are made by somebody else. But within the 5%, 3%, it's attributable to shipping. So within this field, and when I say shipping, I say anything from port activities to moving things waterborne, to moving things from and to the last mile and the end user or the factory that is producing. So it's 3%. More than 50% of the whole human activities that take place on oceans and waters, the pollutions on GHG is caused by shipping. So what should we do? First, transitions to sustainable fuels. We're talking about that for ages. First, and again, I look at our colleague from Piank. First, we started with LNG. 10 years ago, the golden, the El Dorado was LNG. LNG is great in terms of curbing SOx and NOx emissions, which in turn are the source of PM2.5 and PM10, particularly those things that are getting into our lungs. But what does LNG do towards CO2 emissions decrease? Nothing. Nothing. So it's a great it was 10 years ago a great transitional fuel, of course, compared to HFO and LFO. but it's not helping us in curbing that. And it was great 10 years ago because we were doing so badly 10 years ago that anything would have been good. Fun story. It's not funny, but listen to me. We have now adopted the latest modification of MARPOL. And MARPOL, effective 2020, is imposing us not to use anymore high content sulfur fuels, which is amazing. Okay, funny, but IPCC last year, 2023, has proved one funny story. The trails of these sulfur gases over the oceans tended to create clouds. Those clouds were decreasing the temperature of the oceans. Having eliminated that emission of SOx and NOx, is not producing those trails that are causing clouds anymore. So in the last 2 years, since we have enforced a good treaty, the spillover effect, it's making worse the situation of oceans with an increase of superficial temperatures of the water itself. So you see, we also need to have an holistic approach. We need to learn to study the second, the third, the fourth layers of effects, because a good idea prima facie may be a bad idea in the long run. So sustainable fuels, yes, we've got an increase of a lot of biofuels, hydrogen, ammonia. But for example, at the moment, we have only 81 methanol vessels on order books up to 2028. There are 100,000 vessels, commercial vessels, sailing on the world right now. So 81, not even a dent. Ammonia, even less. And the side effect of ammonia, which is very efficient in terms of emission, has a little downside. If you have a spill of ammonia, which is no color, no odor, you are all dead. It's kind of a bit dangerous, right? Hydrogen is not yet there. The cost of hydrogen are extremely high. We can use it as a storage of energy when we want to store renewable energies, which is, they are kind of conditioned by the, time, if it's solar, or wind, if it's wind. So they need to store the excess produced. Hydrogen is doing well in that direction, but before we can use hydrogen as a fuel, I think that being optimistic, we're talking about 10 years. And 10 years, we don't have. So the transition to sustainable fuels has been spoken about for a lot of time. Are we doing enough? Not quite. Second point, electric vehicles and ships. Of course, electrification of vehicles and ships is amazing. It's great. I know electric vehicles are not emitting, but clearly there are quite a lot of issues. First point, to produce batteries, the amount of CO2 emitted in the production of battery, from the extraction of rare earth to the making of the battery, are offsetting all the savings of emission that battery in its lifetime will ever give. So, to use a word that has been even adopted by the United Nations at the last COP, when we talk about electrifications of means of transports and ships, at the moment, we're just talking about greenwashing. We're speaking green, and well, I'm taking the time that everybody else has taken, if I can say, and if I speak as a third, it's not my fault. If you were making me speaking first, I would have had the same time. And so let's go quickly then. The point is that electrification at the moment is not really changing anything. Additionally, from where are we producing this electricity? Mostly from coal-based power plants. It doesn't change anything for the planet. If you move the emission moment from the shore to 250 kilometers inland, where the power plant is making GHG emissions. Let's go quickly. Sustainable practices. One thing that we are really underestimating is that sustainability, it's about changing of business model, changing of mentality, changing of processes. And you would be surprised in knowing how much you can improve things by just changing a business model. But in order to do that, you need to have women and men with the right tools to understand what they're doing and doing the right things. And that's why formation, studying, creating the leaders of the future is so essential. Quickly, investment in infrastructure, as the president of Planck has said. But again, you know, clean energy ports, I don't have time for that, of course, and so on and so forth. Well, we need to work on that, but we need also to define clearly what is a green infrastructure. Otherwise, again, we fall back into the common mistake of greenwashing. And of course, R&D. If we don't pump enough money into this, no changes will happen. And whoever thinks that changes in terms of greenization and decarbonization will be easy and without expenses is delusional. It will take in the transition a lot of money. Quickly, there are 2 points that I always wonder. We are all talking about net zero and curbing the emissions, but we're never talking about carbon capture and storage. There are 2 ways that you can remove CO2 from the air, not making it or absorbing the one that you make. And while we are investing and trying to find the solution of not making CO2, we're not investing enough in the easy to get result of carbon capture and storage. This is one example on the scrubbers, closed loop scrubbers that could even create a situation of circular economy because with some of the sludge that you are absorbing, you can even use it as a byproduct in the building for Portland cement or other things like that. I go quickly. You see, that's what I was telling you. And then port-based carbon capture and storage infrastructure. These are 3 different examples of what you can do using the port infrastructure and the existing basins, underground basins of the places where we extracted fossil fuels, and we can pump back CO2 if we extract it from the air. And last but not least, this is an example of a Chinese shipyard that as recently as 2023, has proposed that if the priority of all priorities is to cut GHG emissions, why are we ideologically refusing to do the easiest thing that is not creating any emission and at the same time guaranteeing that our supply chains are not disrupted and our shoes and clothes and iPhones are delivered at the same price without killing us with inflation, which is nuclear? Do you know that by 1990, there were more nuclear vessels than nuclear power plants on the planet? And at the moment, the Navy of United States, United Kingdom, Russia, France, a bit of China and India, they're coming, are all based, the big vessels, carriers, submarines, and freighters, destroyers are all based on nuclear. So why are we refusing something that for the last 70 years have crossed the oceans, have already proved as a reliable technology? And the one that I have put here, which is molten salt of thorium, it's a technology that has nothing to do with the dangers of nuclear power that we have experienced in the past. So what I wanted to say is that it's time to act. We don't have any more time to make beautiful presentation and thinking that by doing that, we are achieving some results. Results are there, it's possible, but my take in decarbonization is that it's an experience with marginal increment day by day. We will not pass from 100 to 0 just by talking about it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mussolino, for your thought-provoking presentation. We just have little time for a couple of questions or comments, if there are any. Yes.
So, hello, thank you very much for this nice session. It was very informative. So I have 2 small questions. The small question is to Mr. Mussolino. Yes, here. Right. So what you presented now, you theorized in your presentation that storage of carbon, either by ships or imports, is better than all the other aspects that you talked about, I guess, right? This was the message.
I didn't say that it's better. I did say that it's the easiest technology available while we are researching a long-term technology that will allow us to decarbonize completely.
Yes, but
a
is
different
there
thing.
any quantitative data that can support your argument?
Yeah, it's plenty. And if you research, you find that. I didn't have the time to do that, but there is some technologies are implemented. The problem is the fact that there is the technology available without the funding and without governments or international agencies that are pushing for that. It doesn't make that technology less efficient or applicable. It just makes it less interesting. And if I may provoke you even more, it's because you make somehow less money for those investments than for building completely new hydrogens or wind farms or solar panels. That's my take. Of course, I don't want to say that that's the truth, but it's cost saving, very efficient technology, which would allow us to find enough time to get to the silver bullet.
Okay, thank you. My second question to Mr. Leffler. Thank you very much. But how will Bianc message or address the new technologies, IoT and BIM and all this digital twin thing? Will it still remain as a point of view of civil engineers, or will it be more on the electrical engineering side? Will it go into more details in this direction, or how do you see the role of Bianc in this?
Well, PIANG as an association dedicated to knowledge sharing does not adopt usually, except when we publish a white paper, a predefinite position. We take a problem, we prepare some terms of reference, and we ask the national sections to design the experts that join together will provide the result of what they are doing. Usually we don't go to one option or two. We take a full option with advantages, disadvantages, and also we are quite keen on one topic, that solutions sometimes are not the same for every place. We must take just the joint surrounding conditions that are those who will define. We realize that we have strong challenges. We started to work on onshore power supply. That's a difficult topic. We found many obstacles, many problems to be overcome. And related to the new fuels, as all these new fuels have different conditions for safety, different handling conditions, a port cannot bet for using all of them or providing bunkering with all of them. That's another challenge. That's the risk of the first mover. You need the couple, port and ship, to make that profitable. And probably the solution for that is setting green corridors with the same elements for fueling, the same elements for propulsion. So we try to get ahead of the challenges and think on the challenge of how to provide the knowledge that's been developed also worldwide.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm afraid I have to conclude the session for the time. So thank you very much, Ambassador Nasser Kamel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Francisco Leffler. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Pino Mussolino. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very informative and interesting session. And we go on for some more acknowledgements. Please. تفضل.
السيدات والسادة الحضور، يتشرف الآن سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور إسماعيل عبد الغفار إسماعيل فرج رئيس الأكاديمية بتكريم السادة ممثلي الدول العربية. الدكتور أحمد تامر، المدير العام للنقل البري والبحري لبنان. المهندس محمد سالم السيوي، رئيس مصلحة الموانئ والنقل البحري ليبيا. السيد فرحان محسن الفرتوسي، مدير عام الشركة العامة للموانئ بالعراق. السيد أحمد جاسم نعيم، مدير عام الشركة العامة للنقل البحري العراق. السيد عبد العظيم كريم غافل، مدير عام الهيئة البحرية العراقية العليا. الأستاذ بدر العتيبي، دولة الكويت. الأستاذ يحيى المرفوعي، نيابة عن سعادة الكابتن فهد بن أحمد العامر، المدير العام التنفيذي لميناء الملك عبد العزيز بالدمام بالمملكة العربية السعودية. سعادة الأستاذ حسين الأنصاري، مدير عام ميناء الجبيل التجاري والصناعي بالمملكة العربية السعودية. الأستاذ سيدي محمد ولد مدير عام ميناء نواكشوط موريتانيا. السيد الهواري عبد اللطيف مدير التعاون والتواصل بالوكالة الوطنية للموانئ المغرب. الأستاذ سعيد السباعي شركة مارسا ماروك المغرب. والآن مع تكريم شركة فورتينت للأمن الإلكتروني الراعي الذهبي للمؤتمر.
And now, I'd like to invite Professor Yusmi El-Gamal on stage to receive an award. Starting with Mr. Nasser Kamel. Engineer Francesco Esteban Leffler and Mr. Pino Mussolini. Please join us on stage. Also, Dr. Yusri El-Gamal. Yusri, if you could join us. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin our second session right away since we are a bit behind schedule, titled Navigating the Blue Path, Leading the Way to Sustainable Development. If the panelists could please join us on stage. Yes, yeah. I have done to lead you. All right. Once again, our session is titled Navigating the Blue Path, Leading the Way to Sustainable Development. This session is headed by Professor Dana Cornea de Selnico, Associate Professor, Faculty of Entrepreneurship, Business Management and Engineering, University of Polytechnica of Bucharest, Romania. Now, permit me to just say a few words about Professor Dana. She is a doctor in industrial engineering, and she is currently tenured associate professor with the University of Polytechnica of Bucharest, Faculty of Engineering, Business Management and Engineering, Department of Entrepreneurship and Management. In addition, she is director of Doctoral School of Entrepreneurship, Business Engineering Management, PhD supervisor, and she is a reviewer for 8 scientific journals and conferences, 5 indexed in the Claverite Analytics and Scopus. Professor Dana, take the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting me and for being here. I am thrilled to be here again, the 3rd time in this great conference, Marlog, that I think it's increasing every year. And we are very happy to be here with our close collaborators from AS and TIMITI. The topic of this conference, of this section, is very important, as sustainable development is not just a distant goal, it is a necessity. And we are very happy to have 4 important presentations today. I would like to introduce each presenter, and but before that, I would like to underline some basic organization rules, let's say. I would like to ask our honored presenters to keep the time, like 15 minutes for each presentation. And also we will have a discussion session in the end for 10 minutes. So I would like to ask the audience to write down their questions, and in the end, we will address our participants. Well, our first presenter, if I may introduce our first presenter, it's Professor Burkhard Lemper. Please allow me to say a few words about Professor Lemper. He is the president of the Global Shipping Think Tank Alliance from Shanghai, China. He is also the managing director of the Institute of Shipping Economics and Logistics and a professor at the Bremen City University of Applied Sciences from Germany. Professor Lemper has a career of more than 30 years, and he has managed a wide variety of projects for national and international clients in the maritime industry, especially for port authorities, shipyards, and shipping companies. He is a close collaborator with the German Ministries of Transport and of Research and Technology. And without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Lemper to share with us his observations on the following topic. Thank you very much. Professor Lemper, please.
So Thank you, Dana, for the nice introduction. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here for the fourth time already to the Marlog conference. And I thank the organizers very much for inviting me again, once as the chair of the Global Shipping Think Tanks Alliance, but also as the member of the ISF. My topic today, seaports' contributions towards a sustainable development, potentials and challenges, is the essence of a discussion paper that we published at SIL early this year. And I will try to speed up a little bit because some of the points in my presentation were already mentioned by Tino Mussolino in the last presentation of the last session. So the change initiated by the international commitment towards a sustainable economy, which is reflected also in the climate goals from the Paris Agreement and the United Nations sustainability goals, is also affecting ports. So the sustainable development goals were already mentioned in the last presentation, so I will not repeat them. There are a lot of them, and as the role of the ports have a central role in global supply chains, and thus for the respective national economies, they must not only adapt to this change towards a more sustainable way of doing business, but they can and must also play a decisive role to shape it. So what can port authorities do? There are 4 levels where they can influence the transport chains and also the sustainability. They can act in their own area as the port authority. They can influence the port area itself, but they can also influence the sea transport or the hinterland transport, so the complete maritime transport chain. So which activities can ports or port authorities take in their own direct surrounding? In the most large European and also American seaports are operated in the so-called landlord model, where they are responsible for the construction and the maintenance of the infrastructure, but they lease it to terminal operators. So they are not involved directly in port operation and terminal handling. Therefore, they have only very limited direct possibilities to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So scope 1 level, which is direct emissions, for example, from heating of buildings, of workshops, etc., and also the operation of own vehicles. The second scope is indirect emissions from the use of electricity that is consumed and which is not one from renewable energy sources. And the scope 3 level, it's indirect emissions from activities upstream and downstream, the actual business that they do, meaning, for example, customer employee commuting or business trips, business travels. So the first step to influence the own emissions is to systematically monitor and record these greenhouse gas emissions. So this is done by many ports already in the world. Greenhouse gas or emission inventories are produced by most of the ports in the world already. The second step is then to introduce respective measures. For example, for scope 1 emissions, this means to use modern, efficient technologies like heat pumps or solar thermal energy, and to use electric vehicles in their own fleet. Of course, this is only, as we've learned in the last presentation of the last session, this is only really effective if we are using renewable produced electricity and not electricity that is coming from coal power plants or gas power plants. Scope 2, buying electricity only from renewable energy sources or producing electricity on their own, like with own wind power plants or solar energy power plants on their own areas. Scope 3 is influenced by incentivizing low emissions means of transportation for commuting for their own employees. So they should be incentivized to use electric vehicles, trains, or other means of transport that are connected with only low emissions, or they should also reduce the business travels with high emission vehicles or means of transport. Additional options is that they can introduce criteria to incentivize their contractors in reducing greenhouse gas emissions already when they are trying to buy their services from their customers. The second part is to promote sustainability in the port region, in the port area itself, not the authority only, but all the service providers that are located in the port area. So they can, the port administrations can directly influence indirectly influence the sustainability of activities of other companies in the port area through their role as a lessor of areas and terminals by, for example, including sustainability goals in the bidding process when leasing port areas. They can implement air emission inventories in the port areas and analyze the documents in correlation between the port activities and the emissions. They can provide shore power supply to the vessels calling in the port and incentivize those systems and the use of these systems. For example, then reducing the emissions that are caused by the diesel power or diesel engines, the auxiliary engines in the port for producing electricities on board of the vessels. Another point is they can impose more restrictive regulations on the terminal operators regarding the emissions from port handling equipment. So they can try to regulate and to reduce the emissions from the port handling equipment already within the negotiating process and in the contracting process for the terminal operators. And also one thing is that is important for the future, not in the context of greenhouse gas emissions, but sustainability as a whole, the noise reduction, it's becoming more and more important for the port areas. How can ports influence the maritime supply chain? So they can support the shipping industry by incentivizing also, but also supporting ships with propulsion systems with alternative fuels. We have heard in one of the last presentations that there are not yet many vessels with methanol or ammonia fuel, but there is the hen and egg problem. So only if we have enough provision of these bunker fuels in the ports, then we will convince shipping industries, shipping company to introduce this type of propulsion systems and alternative fuels. There are possibilities, and we see some examples from ports cooperating in the development of so-called green corridors, where the partners, the partner ports are offering the same services and incentives to convince also the transport industry, the shipping companies, to introduce decarbonized fuels and decarbonize the maritime trade. Then we can, or the ports can, also encourage the circular economy by offering reception facilities for waste in the ports, and also incentivize here the shipping industry to return waste in the ports, to deliver it in the ports, even though it is allowed to leave parts of it on the open sea according to MARPOL Annex 5. Ports can also implement incentive systems to encourage shipping companies and also the hinterland service providers to use technological or operational measures to reduce emissions of air pollutants or noise. So bonus systems or malus systems that are, for example, linked to environmental ship index or other indices which are already available. This is already practiced by some of the ports in Europe, in Germany, where we have also these bonus systems reducing port fees for vessels with environmental friendly propulsion systems. One other point where these port administrations could help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is to introduce optimization of ship calls by reducing waiting times outside the port on the one hand, and then planning just-in-time arrivals for the vessels. So if the vessels are able to reduce their speed when calling a port in the access to the port, they can save waiting time and they can save fuel at the same time. So port call optimization is something that reduces the overall fuel consumption and the overall emissions along the maritime transport chain. And also the hinterland modal split is important when we are trying to reduce fuel consumption and greenhouse gas emissions along the transport chains. So in European ports, for example, it's important to increase the share of inland shipping and also of rail transport. And this can already be introduced in the new leasing contracts for terminals, that they get a goal or an aim to reduce the share of truck within the modal split of hinterland transport in favor of the transport of the share of inland waterway and rail. But it's not only that the ports can influence and the greenhouse gas emissions, but they are also they are also profiting from the development towards a decarbonized economy. They have to expect a decrease of handling volumes on the one hand, because fossil fuels in European ports at least have a share of roughly 30% currently in the overall port handling volume, and it's stable at a level of 1 billion tons in the last 20 years. And so we have to expect a further reduction of the fossil fuels and port handling to a complete stop if the goals are realized in 2050 to zero. So these handling facilities that are currently available for 1 billion tons of fossil fuels, liquid and dry bulk, they have to be reused. They have to find another utilization. And this can be used by other renewable energy sources that have to be imported, especially into European ports, because in Europe they will not be able to produce all the renewable energy, all the hydrogen and hydrogen derivatives on their own, so they have to import. So in addition, ports will play an important role in the global circular economy, so handling waste and reusing it or recycling it. And ports will play an important role, especially in Europe, with the expansion of offshore wind energy, because offshore wind energy will only be possible if the ports are available to build all these energy power plants, wind energy power plants on the open sea. And so the shift towards a more sustainable economy will also create new cargo potentials for the ports that they must keep in mind and in their strategic development and land use plan. So as a summary, ports and port authorities have only limited potential to directly influence greenhouse gas emissions on their own, but they can influence the sustainability in the port area and along the transport chain by giving incentives or applying more restrictive regulations to shipping companies, terminal operators, and hinterland operators as their business partners. Ports can actively optimize ship calls to reduce waiting times and for ships outside the port and reduce thereby the emissions and the fuel consumption of these ships. Despite the structural changes that we have to expect in international cargo flows, and especially with the reduced volumes of fossil fuels, ports have the opportunity to profit from new business related to the renewable energy sources on the one hand, and by importing or exporting carbon neutral fuels, and by handling of wind energy components. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Lemper, for your very interesting presentation. Now I would like to introduce our next presenter, so please take your seats and let's welcome Mr. Victor Collasos with his paper, Decarbonizing Ports, the Valencia Case. I would like to say a few words to present our next presenter. Mr. Collasos has more than 10 years experience in shipping operations and research and development projects. He is currently the Research and Development Manager in Valencia Port Foundation, where he deals with projects related to the use of new fuels on board, fleet electrification, and fleet digitalization. So please, Mr. Colasos, please take the floor. Thank you.
It's not presenting. Yeah, it is. 5.2 million containers arrived to the Port of Valencia last year. That makes the Port of Valencia the fourth largest port in Europe and the second largest port in the Mediterranean after Tanger. My name is Víctor Collazos. I work in Fundación Valencia Port, and I would like to talk to you about the roadmap to the zero emission port we are currently working on. Just as a brief summary, we will go with a brief introduction of the Port of Valencia. Then I will talk a little bit about the main projects related to the port decarbonization that we are implementing. And then kind of as a wrap up, some insights about Fundación Valencia Port. Yeah. So here you've got like the Port of Valencia is the Port Authority of the Port of Valencia is responsible for managing and ruling three ports, the Port of Sagunto, the Port of Valencia, and the Port of Gandia. They are the three of them in the region of Valencia. And as you can see on the right image, most of our traffic are containers. The containers are based in the red areas. You can see there as well the new terminal that is going to be built. It has been approved 1 month ago. And we've got a little bit of RoRo as well and bulk. Why is relevant the Port of Valencia for us? Let me give you some numbers before we dive into that. So as I mentioned before, we moved last year 5.2 million TEUs or 67.7 million tons of cargo, over 5,000 trucks per day, over 90 trains per week, 50,000 people work in the port. And the economical impact, it has been given us over 3 billion euros. In the city of Valencia, there are over 800,000 people living. And if you just consider the metropolitan area, it's 1.5. So 50,000 people working inside the port facilities is already a big number, as you can imagine. We did an assessment last year, and we realized that actually we are emitting directly or indirectly around 160,000 tons of CO2 equivalent per year. And where does those emissions come from? Here you've got the breakdown. You can see that more than 50% they come from the ships. It's not only when the ships they are alongside, but when they are maneuvering as well, and the service boats, just as tags, for example. So out of the 160,000 of tons of CO2 that we emit every year, half of them, they come from the ships. It's, as you can imagine, this is going to be reflected in the energy consumption that we are expecting for the next years with the regulation of the OPS, when we are supposed to provide electricity to the vessels when they are alongside. I gave this slide just to wrap up. What are the main projects we are currently working on. What are the main? You can see here wind power, hydrogen, photovoltaic energy, even some muscle platforms, just to realize, to prove the quality of the water inside of the port facilities. And this is all of them, they are part of the zero emission port for 2030 that we are currently working on. Let me just dive into some of the projects we're working on. I am gonna just describe some of them very briefly. But before doing that, I would like to talk to you about the green corridors. As all of you know, the green corridors are the maritime highways where the stakeholders should engage in order to invest into the energy transition, right? For Valencia, Egypt, and not for Valencia only, for Spain, Egypt is very, very, very important. As I told you before, 7,000 vessels arrived to Valencia last year. And I guess the number is around 10,000 vessels that transit the Suez Canal northbound last year. The green corridors, this is a study we did with the Global Maritime Forum, like to assess which ones were the Spanish ports that were more relevant in order to mark them as potential for the green corridors. And as you can see, Valencia is basically receiving vessels from the east, basically the ones who are coming through the Suez Canal. These are the 4 pillars we are working on right now in order to decarbonize the port by 2030. I'm just going to be focusing only on the main, on the 2 new fuels and electrification. Emissions monitoring, it's something we are doing right now in order to install some cameras inside the port facilities to measure the CO2 of the vessels when they are alongside. And climate change adaptation is the last one. So when we talk about green fuels, I'm going to be talking to you about 2 projects, flagship projects that we are currently working on. One of them is H2 ports. This project has a budget of 4 million euros. And in this project, we developed a reach stacker that is being used in MSC terminal and a yard tractor that is used in Punta Europa terminal by Grimaldi. Those 2 elements, they are already being used. And the project is going to finish this year. They started operating them a couple of months ago. They are already getting data from them. And as it's stated there, it's the first application in Europe of hydrogen technologies for port handling. This is a pilot, of course. It's not in a big scale, but I think it's a big step. Here you've got some pictures. Yeah, the reach stacker, it has been developed by Hyster-Yale. It's a company in the Netherlands. And then Terberg, it has been built by a company, an American company actually, but the plant that produces it's in Italy. So they produce the tractor terminal for Grimaldi. And the second project I would like to talk to you about is ammonia safety as fuel on board of the vessels. We are currently in a very initial stage of this project. We've been working in it just for 3 months, and it's going to be until 2026. So there is still a long way to go. And the output is to provide some guidelines for the use of ammonia as fuel on board of the vessels. You already know that MAN and Wärtsilä, and they are already completing. Sorry. By the beginning of this year, their first ammonia engines. And I place here an image that I think it's very relevant just to show the importance of ammonia as fuel. Ammonia is out of the broad range of fuels that we have right now. It's the one that has a higher energy density without any CO2 emission. On the right side, you've got two images, two maps. The image on the top, it's stating the LNG plants that there are worldwide. And the one below is a heat map of the ammonia routes and the ammonia plants, the ammonia port facilities that there are worldwide right now. So as you can see, ammonia as fuel, it may be something very new, but ammonia as a product, it has been transported and stored for over 50 years. Here I just wanted, it was mentioned already today, the problem with the new fuels is the capacity that we can produce today. In Spain, we've got an LNG capacity of 3.3 million metric ton cubic meters of LNG. And currently the capacity we have for ammonia is 60,000 metric tons. Fertiberia is the largest producer in Spain. They just produce in Palos de la Frontera 400,000 metric tons per year. And globally, the production of ammonia is 150 million metric tons. But in order to give some number that can be more relevant for you, the Port of Rotterdam, last year, they gave over 10 million metric tons of heavy fuel oil. So that gives an idea of the how limited are we right now in the production of ammonia, for example. And this is the second thing I would like to talk about the electrification of the port. We've been monitoring the required energy, the required electricity inside the port facilities from 2014. Here it's just 2017, but from 2014 until 2024. You see that right now we are consuming around 100 gigawatts hour, almost. And the blue one, the blue line that is going at the top, bottom, that's because of the effect of OPS. So the consumption inside the port facilities is gonna be multiplied almost by 3, even more than 3 by 2030. And this is, of course, a big challenge. On one side, we are doubling our capacity with the North Terminal of the Port of Valencia that has been recently approved. And on the other side, the energy consumption, the electrical energy consumption of the vessel is going to be 3 times of the one that we have right now. And yeah, this is offshore power supply. When the vessels they are alongside, they will be getting electricity from the shore. This is mandatory from 2030. And just let me show you a map where you can have an idea. Like the green markers, that means OPS facilities that have been already tendered. They are public. We are waiting for offers. They are open, both of them right now. And the blue ones, they have been approved. So as you can see, we've got 6 OPS stations defined, 2 green and 4 blue. And then the red ones. The red ones are 12 plan with a budget of 100 million euros. They are discussing them right now. And here you can see Príncipe Felipe Dock and Punta Europa terminal. We are going to install solar panels in those terminals. In Príncipe Felipe, they already finished. And in Punta Europa, they're going to start installing them by the end of this year. I marked the substations as well because as it was mentioned before, one of the main challenges when we want to provide electricity to the vessels is that we have to change the whole grid of the port. The port grid is not prepared for this increase. So if you come to Valencia, you're more than welcome. You will see that everything is upside down. They are constructing and opening holes everywhere and laying down cables. Yeah, these are two of the solar panels, as I mentioned before. Dock Puerto Príncipe Felipe, it has been already installed. It's the one on the left. And then here you've got a render of Punta Europa that it's gonna start by the end of this year. We are as well like doing some pilot studies with floating photovoltaic panels. We've got currently one already installed, and there is another one that will be installed by June of this year. They will start the installation, but that one is gonna be in Gambia. And here on the bottom left, another concept that we are trying right now. It's a pilot study to install vertical solar panels. There are many walls in the port. So here you have an estimation. This is not an estimation. This is out of the 12 OPS points I mentioned before. 6 of them, as I mentioned, are already defined, including the LNG tanker in Sagunto, and that's going to be 56 megavolt ampere installed. These are going to be operational before 2026, all of them. Here I just wanted, I mentioned before that we are installing some cameras inside the port facilities. This is an example of one of them to control the emissions of the port, of the vessels when they are alongside. And I just wanted to give you some numbers about the budget that has been approved, and we are investing right now inside the port facility. As you can see, it's over 130 million euros, and above that, there is another 100 million euros. This is, of course, not related with the 1,500 million that the North Terminal is going to cost. And just as a wrap up, let me give you some numbers about the Fundación Valencia Port. So we've been with the Arab Academy since 2016, and we have been teaching or collaborating in a teaching program for over 10 courses. In general, Fundación Valencia Port, you can get an idea of the numbers of our training center. We have over 900 courses, 350 teachers almost, and almost 25,000 students, okay? And related to the projects, we've been working with over 500 companies in more than 350 projects and 65 countries. Right now, we are working on over 30 projects in our portfolio. Most of them, they are related with either digitalization or decarbonization. Those are the main areas we are working on. And well, those are the different programs of each of the projects. And as well, we have some international collaboration. Yeah, in the last 3 years, we have been working with over 10 countries outside of the European Union and more than 20 projects. Right now, we've got 2 big projects in Brazil. We are supporting the largest Brazilian port in decarbonizing, and another one in the Northeast. Yeah, that's one image of the Porto de Itaqui. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collazos. Thank you for the insight knowledge that you shared with us. I remind you that all questions will be addressed at the end, so please write them down. And now, in order to stick with the program, with the schedule, I would like to invite our third presenter, Mr. Stefan Kasiman. And if I may, I will present our speaker. Mr. Stefan Casimon's experience covers all aspects of port logistics, from warehouse operations to maritime forwarding. He's the director of Antwerp Flanders Port Training Center in Belgium. His specialty lies in projects related to the development of sustainable and highly efficient supply chains in the maritime industry and the dry ports concept. This from a technological point of view as well as from an operational point of view. So he has continuously been working on the quality, safety, and environmental aspects of operations. And all this experience abundantly shows that Mr. Casimon has acquired a true understanding of the maritime business and the main business drivers of the involved stakeholders and partners. So please welcome Mr. Casimon and his presentation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Desalenico, for this nice introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy today being invited by the Port Training Institute and by the Arabic Academy, whom we have already for many years a partnership in capacity building in Alexandria and in Antwerp. Today, I will explain you who we are, what's our position in the supply chain, and how we see new port security solutions for the digital age, and how we are a front runner in circular economy. Who we are. Actually, the Port Authority Antwerp-Bruges is running two platforms in Flanders, in Belgium, and that means the platform of Bruges and the platform of Antwerp. And you see on the map that Antwerp is already 80 kilometers inland of Europe. First of all, after being a Flemish and a Belgian port, we are really a European port. We have access by barge, by rail, by truck up to whole Europe. Now we are the number one in Europe in export. We are the largest car handling port. We are the largest integrated chemical hub in Europe. So we have a lot to do about sustainability. We are running about 143 square kilometers, and there are 1,400 companies in the port, generating 164,000 jobs, direct and indirectly. So our port is a real important economic driver for Belgium. The 271 million tons that we are handling are mostly for most the containers, and then we have the liquid bulk, the ro-ro, the dry bulk, and the conventional general cargo. So I go quickly to these results because they are not so interesting regarding what we are doing as for our sustainable future. Now, we see a port authority as a driver, a front runner in four roles. First of all, as a regulator, providing the regulations, the police regulations, seeing that the environmental regulations are respected. We are an operator, so we need to provide nautical access. We do the maintenance of this access. We do the maintenance of the locks and the docks. We are a landlord, so we provide the land to third players, to terminal operators and logistics operators. And we are a community builder. And as a community builder, we have nearby a city of 500,000 people. in a region of about 6 million people. So these people are asking us, what are you doing regarding security, safety with 2 refineries in your port nearby the city? On our way to a global port, we are reconciling people, climate, and economy together. And these are the Sustainable Development Goals. No action in the port will be taken if it's not enrolled in one of these 6 development goals. Good and health, well-being, decent work, industry, being the first petrochemical cluster in Europe, the second one worldwide after Houston. Sustainable cities and communities with this Antwerp city nearby, climate action, and partnerships for goals. Now, regarding these partnerships, Port of Antwerp has established 2 companies. First of all, APEC, the capacity building company, and Port of Antwerp Bruges International. Port of Antwerp Bruges International is active in advisory services, in management of ports, and in investing in ports. So here you clearly see in the whole group of Port of Antwerp Bruges, the APEC and the Port of Antwerp Bruges International. We see a port as a catalyst for a sustainable growth. We have a lot of opportunities to enhance our regional economy in a sustainable way, to look for transition, and to enhance the global supply chain. We are partnership driven, so that's our dream, to build partnerships worldwide. And how we do it, it's by the port management, by consultancy, and by training. And when these 3 aspects, port management, capacity building, and consultancy are there, we are ready to invest. Here you see worldwide where we are with these partnerships. We have a partnership, of course, here in Egypt with the PTI, but regarding capacity building, we have a training center in Mumbai, GMPT. We have a training center in China. And regarding partnerships in consultancy, advisory services, and investments, we are in Brazil, in Porto Vaso. It's about 300 kilometers northeast of Rio de Janeiro. We are in Lumut, in Malaysia. We are in San Pedro, Cote d'Ivoire. We are in Cotonou, in the port of Benin, where we are running the complete port platform. So we are working towards a sustainable supply chain. And our port has this unique ecosystem of cargo handling, the logistics, and the industry. The logistics, because we have 6.2 square kilometers of warehouses in the port itself. The industry, it's already clear to you, and the cargo handling, it means that we are doing 271 million tons on a yearly basis. So there's a lot to do, once again, about sustainability. We see a port just as a dot on the complete supply chain, with a big foreland, with the seaport itself, and with a good connectivity to the hinterland. And their intermodal connections can enhance and are enhancing in our port the sustainability. One of the examples of the sustainable of a sustainable project is a safety within a port. You must know in Antwerp we have a huge problem with drugs, and how we handle that, or how we try to manage that, and we first of all we have of course already for a long period this traceability. Now we are building a digital net. And we want to know at every moment, where is the container, who is handling it, by which ship is it coming in, who is the forwarder, what is the signalization behind, who are the players behind this import of a container, and all the movements of people and goods and equipment must be known by sensors, by smart cameras, and by drones. And we cannot physically fencing off our port completely. And that's one of the reasons we are working with that digital net. One of the results of that digital net is a certified pickup. The certified pickup is a digital platform for containers release in the port of Antwerp, Bruges. And it's a neutral platform, and it connects all the players in the port that are responsible for that container. The benefits are that it's very transparent, it's safe, and it's efficient. Now, what's the chain? Shipping agent is receiving the container. He's known by the police and known by the customs in the whole chain. The container is known, the forwarder is also known, the customs are aware of the complete chain, and also the transport operator. We even have the identity of the driver that is going out, leaving the port with the container. Now, another thing is that sometimes in a port, and when your port is existing already from the Middle Ages, sometimes you have a plot that is not recent anymore. So we had a factory, a car assembling factory, Opel, that was closed. And now we had about 88 hectares to fill in again. So it was very easy to fill it in, but we made it ourselves difficult. And we said, we will call it Next Gen, and we will call it the hotspot for circular chemical industry in Antwerp. And what does it show? What does it need? Well, in sustainability, often, and also in the chemical side of sustainability, often these incubators, they need help. And they need help to bridge the valley of dit. They can develop a product, but the commercialization is something else. And there we can, as a port authority, play a role with our 88 hectares. And to what players were we looking for, and are we still looking for? To, first of all, bio-based technologies, carbon capture and utilization, waste to chemicals, fuels, renewable energy storage, and H2 technologies. Now, what are the with Here you see the plot, very well connected in the north, with a huge rail connection. In the south also. In the south, you also see a dock of 3 kilometers length. So this plot is very well located and very well connected. Now, What type of companies could we attract? And I will give you 4 examples. First of all, it was Triple Helix. They are recycling, for instance, mattresses that we in the past that we burned. Now these mattresses, this polyurethane is recycled, the PET is recycled into polyol. And we are the first plant in the world that have this type of technology and is really a breakthrough in the circular economy. A second one is Boulder. We are recycling tires into carbon black, into steel, into the last molecules. And we are recovering 89% of the tire in that factory. Third one is EcoPack. We receive wastewater from the Antwerp city and we recycle it for the industry, our petrochemical industry. And the last one is a green hydrogen company, a plug-in called Plug-in. It's a European hub for Germany, France, UK, and the Netherlands. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention, and let's stay in tune.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kasman, for your lively presentation and for sharing with us your advancements in sustainability. Well, and last but not least, we will analyze an innovative approach to port monitoring and governance, the digital twin approach, presented by Dr. Francesco Alberto De Bari. He is the head of the EU programs of the North Tyrrhenian Seaport Authority from Italy. So please. Dr. Francesco Alberto is currently responsible for innovation and European programs of the Port Authority of the Northern Tyrrhenian Sea. He is also a member of the Energy and Blue Growth Committee of the European Seaport Organization. He has over 10 years of experience in development and innovation in the port, logistics, and maritime sectors. He coordinated European-level projects and oversaw international cooperation activities with Mediterranean and Latin American seaports. He is the author of numerous scientific publications related to port governance, and he also teaches undergraduate and master courses. So we welcome Dr. Francesco Alberto De Bari, please.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you all. I'm very happy to be here. It is my first time in Marlog. I beg your pardon if my voice is a bit low, but air conditioning all day long could be a problem. So I have the honor and the pleasure to make this presentation that is the result of a very profuse cooperation between our Port Authority, the Pisa University, represented here by Professor Castellano, and the Arab Academy of Science and Technology and Maritime. And this cooperation is witnessed, I guess, by the co-authorship of the paper I want to present you. And I would like to present you an innovative approach to port monitoring systems. In our view, the port monitoring systems need a decoupled layers architecture. This is our idea, and we'll try to explain you what I mean. In order to do that, we need to look at seaports as complex and interconnected networks made of people, of objects, processes, and technologies. And a digital twin is somehow a new stage of evolution of complex information systems and represents a very promising frontier for seaports. And in particular, the frontier is constituted by the digital twin and artificial intelligence together, as these technologies somehow enable each other. Think about it in this way. In the digital twin feeds artificial intelligence with structured information in real time. And this is a very important issue. While the artificial assistant intelligence itself assists the digital twin in continuously fine-tuning what, how, and how much and when is meaningful to project digitally. It is what to monitor and what to observe. This morning, engineer Francisco Esteban Lefler, in the first session, already outlined many points and with an approach that is totally consistent with the one I proposed to you. And about the digital twin, I just would like to highlight that ports are really excellent examples of complex systems of artifacts, let's say, of objects that interact with each other, making seaports an ideal large-scale real-field testbed for piloting, prototyping, and demonstrating applications and solutions based on digital twin. This is somehow similar to the hint that our colleague from the Port of Antwerp gave us before about the role that seaports can play in overcoming the death valley that very often we find in transforming good ideas in new services and products. So just the two insights about the technologies. The first, we should consider the Internet of Things, the artificial intelligence, and the digital twin somehow as a triptych. It is made of interconnected technologies, dynamic decision-making, and, as we will tell you in a moment, predictive capabilities. The second insight that is studied in depth in the paper is related to the technologies. And I just want to mention what are the main technologies that enable the digital twin approach. It is the advanced sensing, the 5G networks, the edge computing, and big data analytics. These are the main enablers of transformation and enable technologies that make digital twin possible. Now, from a port authority point of view, I have to say that in the experience of port authorities worldwide, very often port monitoring tools were developed in a very fragmented way. It means in a silo data architecture. And that is difficult to integrate. And this kind of approach often resulted in a sort of technological lock-in with a dependence on a specific supplier and the vertical tools. So we need a profound review of port monitoring digital architecture. To do that, we need to develop a general purpose monitoring system. This is why I'm talking about a digital twin. And the modern port monitoring must be inspired by a logic of as a service and open data. This is to avoid the technological lock-in. Then we propose in the paper the decoupling of different layers involved in monitoring. This is just an image, and it's a possible image to represent the decoupled layer architecture. I don't want to go inside the details and the technical issues arising from that, but I want to tell you that the decoupled layers architecture in port monitoring separates all components and it enhances flexibilities and scalabilities. Second, this kind of architecture promotes, allows interoperability and integration of all various systems, also external systems used by the port community, not by the port authority. And then the scalability is achieved by independently scaling different layers based on requirements and technology advancements. So, as I told you, I can't describe in detail the single features of every single layer. I just want to highlight 2 points. The first, you see, the layer 3, data lake. The data lake approach is a layer that allows for the insertion of structured and unstructured data, scalable data storage and protection, catalogs, indexes, without the need to move data. It is the data virtualization and connection can be allow third-party application via transparent API, application protocol interfaces. The second, the decoupling of layers is to be considered as one of the main solutions for the implementation of the digital twin. This is why I told you that to make digital twin true in a seaport, we have to assess our port monitoring experience and try to understand how to have an approach that is consistent with the perspective of the digital twin. Okay, then naturally all that arises huge cybersecurity challenges, and the digital transformation itself, and in particular the digital twin. I don't want to tell many things about that because we already talked about that this morning, and in the paper all these issues are treated in depth. Then, last but not least, from a Port Authority standpoint, what is the value of a digital twin? Now, just to try to define some of the functions, of the innovative functions that are enabled by the digital twin of a seaport. First, port development and planning, as digital twins help in planning the expansions of the port by simulating. I want to cut a long story short. Then predictive infrastructure maintenance, that is our work and is really something that is a core function of every port authority. Then last again, but not least, environmental monitoring, that is directly related to the topics my colleagues treated before. And then obviously the monitoring, management and control, the security and the operational optimization of port equipment. Having said that, I don't want to say conclusions somehow, but I would like just to say some ideas to discuss together. The digital twin technology offers great transformative capabilities in the port sector. Second, it can enhance port governance in port development, port planning, and all the functions I said before. Third, addressing cybersecurity challenges is vital in digital twin implementation. And this is all, and I thank you all again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Francesco Alberto. So now I would like to invite the esteemed members of the audience to address questions to our presenters. Please, if we have questions for our esteemed guests, now is the time to address them. For 10 minutes, we have an open discussion about their presentations. So, yes, please.
Good morning, Omar Al-Azhari from Damietta Port Authority. Thank you for your presentations. Thank you for your efforts toward sustainable efforts and reaching to sustainable management. I have just a remark. I see that there is a big gap between what should be done and what actually done between strategy and the actual track between. My question is about how to make that balance and to achieve steps or facts that related to the green and the blue management of our boards. How to make that balance between cost and the benefit. How to make it easier by changing some culture and say that it will be benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, who would like to answer to the question? How do we reduce the gaps between reality and the projects that we plan?
Yes, indeed. In the port of, I fully agree. In the port of Antwerp, Bruges, we have that issue, for instance, with everything what's sustainable energy. We are, as I already explained in my presentation, we are a very important petrochemical cluster, and we need to decarbonize that. So how we handle that? And we cannot handle that in 1 or 2, 3 years. But we do not have so much time neither. Greenhouse gases should be eliminated completely in 2050, but we cannot wait 5 years by examining how we will proceed. Now, what we are doing, we are looking all over the world. What are the possibilities to generate green hydrogen ammonia? And that is one of the topics on which we are working very, very heavily. And we are doing that in Namibia, in Chile, in Morocco, in Mauritania. But we are also looking here in Egypt what we can do regarding this green hydrogen. That's one of the solutions.
There is something I would like to add as well, and it's related to risk management. At the end, it's a trade-off between me as a private company or me as a port. Port is not private, but it has a budget, it has some money, it has something that it has to manage itself. We are somehow waiting until the state of the art is mature enough and the prices are lower. Nobody want to be the first one. To be the first one is expensive, always. And I think that in that trade-off between, we know we have to do it, but let's wait until somebody else do it before us, is where the problems happen.
Thank you. Do we have only one more question, please? Yes.
Thank you, our esteemed speakers. And my question would be for Mr. Estefan once again. Thank you, Mr. Stefan, for your lecture. And my question concerns the competitive edge location of the port of Antwerp, especially when you are located among some of the most strong ports of Northwest Europe, like Le Havre, like Rotterdam, like maybe Hamburg is a little bit away, but you're competing with it. So my question would be, to what extent your projects in the green environmental and development of ports serve your competitive edge among these ports? Thank you.
First of all, there are European regulations, so we need to proceed. But as you told us, we are living really in a very competitive region. And that's also an advantage. We need to proceed in Antwerp, and we are proceeding on green hydrogen. And Rotterdam is also doing, and we are competing. And that competing means that you are proceeding faster. I don't know if that's the answer or the reply you're looking for, but it's one element, I think.
Thank you very much. So thank you. I think, okay, let's take the third question very quickly, please. We have here in the front. Very quick. Very interesting presentations.
Thanks so much for a very amazing session. My question is to Professor Frankel Berto. The session of the digital twin is very important for the ports and the monitoring of data. And it's highly correlated with the cloud services and with the cybersecurity track. The digital twin, your session about the digital twin. Digital twin. It was very amazing. In your point of view, how do you think the big data analytics and the cloud services can have a great potential impact in this direction, especially in ports green technology?
Big data analytics in digital twin.
This is one of the parts of the presentation I cut it to go fast, but it's something of huge importance. The big data analytics is encompassed. Furthermore, the data lake approach is perfectly consistent with that. And there is another thing that is very important to say, that in our view, we already started investing in that kind of the development of that kind of tools. The responsibility of the data lake with the structured data is upon the Port Authority itself as a neutral third party. That means that everybody is somehow has the opportunity to share the data, maintaining the ownership of the data he produces. But at the end, we have a huge amount of data. And this is where big data analytics and artificial intelligence can provide a number of assessments, of services, of applications we can't even imagine. This is the transformative power I was talking about. But thank you, because you gave me the opportunity to highlight a very important point.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And I invite you to continue to discuss this during the next days of the conference and during the breaks. Now, with this, the second session is over, and I would like to thank all of you for your presence and for your patience and for your interest in this session. Thank you very much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Ismail Abdel Ghaffar Ismail Farag would like to award the speakers an award. First, Professor Yusri Ilgamal. Professor Dana Corino. Professor Burkhard Lemker. Mr. Victor Quiatos. Mr. Stephen Casmore. Dr. Frascanberto De Bari. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for attending the first day of Marlog and its 13th iteration. And now we'll be having lunch. So if you wait for a couple of minutes outside and they'll prepare the hall for us. So it will take about 10 to 15 minutes. See you then.